I'm live for my first ever building stream on Saints Custom Designs. It's very complicated to set up because this is a building stream. So from here on out, I'll do building streams on my Saints Custom Designs channel. So people can come in, they can see it as educational content, or they can see it as other things. So I'm going to have like multiple overlays with my OBS setup. So you're going to have like, I'm obviously going to be using an Xbox. I'm going to be using Trials Rising Track Editor, Level Editor to build my creations. If I'm building it using Unreal Engine or Unity, I'm going to use the display capture on the main screen. And whatever I'm trying to remake, I'll use a PlayStation, Xbox, or a different screen capture on a different screen, what I'm trying to base my reference. So what I'm remaking is a reference, pretty much. So my live chat is open. There could be a delay. This is going to be the first stream. So as I'm said again, I'm going to be using the Trials Rising editor. It's a level editor. I don't recommend using it because it has a lot of problems, and I don't want people using that level editor unless you take the precautions I took. I save as. So in my build, I'm going to be saving 001, 002, 003. And the reason why I do that, because that's the consistent way of doing it in that program. Because if you oversave a file, then it corrupts the data completely. That's how it's going to be. So that's my OBS setup. It's what people use. But I'm using 3 screens right now. One over here, one in front of me, and one over there. So yeah. So I'm just going to be stream building. It's pretty much all I'm going to be doing right now on YouTube. I'm going to pull up some stuff so you guys can see here, and then I'm going to switch over to my panel here. It might have been black screen for you guys. Back to OBS, and then back to here, which is pretty cool. So I'll be live streaming in 2K, 1440p, a little bit higher than 1080p, 60 FPS. Custom design stream. Right. So the stuff that I'm going to be working on in the future is obviously my Unity project, and I'm following a tutorial here. Unreal. If you guys want to know the computer setup I have, this is the computer setup I have to build this computer. So I have this motherboard installed in my computer. These are all the specifications and the different utilities and stuff that are, and the parameters and stuff within the motherboard itself. The motherboard is the main brain that controls the computer. And then this is where you plug your graphics cards, your sound cards, and all of that stuff. So you can see all of that stuff there. This is the motherboard that I got, and it all looks very complicated and overwhelming. But it does the job, right? And it's pretty expensive. So if you ever want to build a good computer rig to make video games, or even just to play video games, you gotta put some time and investment and some learning in order to do stuff like that. And you can look at the schematics and how the different engines and systems are run. So that's the motherboard that I have, of course. It's one good piece of complex technology. And then the software I recommend for video game design is Autodesk 3D Max. Create massive worlds and high quality design textures. This is the program that I was recommended. I used to use ZBrush, and Blender, but I would say this is the thing. The problem is they want a lot of money, even annually, for this type of thing. So before you purchase this, there is a 30-day free trial. I think if you're a student, you can get a huge discount, so you don't have to pay as much. But it is industry standard. It is the best program to make video games with, and it's the tool sets and the docs are very nice. It's almost like OBS Studio, except you're modeling. I don't know what else I could say. So 3ds Max is pretty good software, and obviously Unreal Engine and Unity is really good. But I recommend if you're starting out, you go to Unity. But if you want to make the game of your dreams, you got to learn the advanced real-time 3D creation tool, which is the Unreal Engine 5, right? So I think the Fortnite 2 and Rocket League 2 is going to be coming out with this new engine compatibility, and then the Engine 5.2 demo is out. You can check that out. It's actually very, very impressive, the stuff that you could do. You can alter different environments based on nanonites, and you could do real-time reflections, and you could do what was I gonna say? You could do real-time lighting and self-casting shadows and good reflections and stuff like that. And then you can, when you alterate the environment, it auto adjusts for you. So there's artificial intelligence already helping you. Do you want it like this? Do you want it like this? But as an artist, there's a specific way that I want it. But the AI can like try to guess for you, which could be pretty annoying. But and then you can look at the things that people made. My friend made that. Sure. Yeah. That's all I really wanted to show. So, let's plays that I want to watch on YouTube, and microphone setup that I want to get in the future. This one is not that great. That is it. Going to be it. I'm going to shut off this main screen here. So again, there's other screens right here. The other screen remake is what I'm creating, right? And then you can see me there on the left right hand corner there, or your left hand corner. So that's my PlayStation side of things. I'll be copying something that I grew up with, which is nostalgia. I'm gonna do it on here. I usually do it on Twitch, but I'm gonna do it on YouTube just for this build. I don't know how long this build is gonna take me, but we will see how long. But I think I'm going to put it on YouTube because I have so many people subscribed to this channel that wants to see the creations, right? And one probably want to see how it's done, or at least how one side it's done. So just like any level editor, right, I'm going to be using a lot of pre-made models, pre-made textures in this program. It's the same thing you would apply in Unreal. Like if I wanted to start an Unreal project and I didn't want to model anything, I'd use pre-made models, pre-made effects, pre-made sound effects, and just throw everything together. That's pretty much what I'm doing, and Philadelphia's invited me to a party now. Right. Are you there? I cannot hear you. You know why? Because my audio. So yeah, I'm live streaming on my Saints Custom Designs channel if you want to watch that stream real quick. but it's boring, so it's not a gaming stream, it's me building. It's boring. I set up my OBS, it was actually pretty hard this time. I'm using a lot of overlays. A lot of overlays. I'm trying to put a doc, the YouTube chat doc in my OBS, my original OBS, but it doesn't allow me to do it. I don't know how to do it. It's kind of random. So I have the live chat open, and now there's the chainsaws outside my house right now, which is great. And the moose ramming my building. Good old Canada. Yeah, so I'm gonna do only one build on YouTube. I'm gonna save it on YouTube, and then I'm gonna go back to Twitch, type of deal. Because I don't think I think I have only one build thing on, and that was a Trials Fusion. That was like 7 years ago. It was like I made like a build. I took a 10-hour video and put it into 2 hours, and it's like a speed build type of deal, and I was building like an apartment. But Trials Fusion was so it was like Minecraft graphics, you know what I mean? It was not very good, but at the same time it was something. Like you could understand what I was doing, but it was very primitive. So I was just doing like the intro of my video because it's gonna save like what software I'm going to get. Like Unreal, I was showing Unity, I was showing the computer rig that I had and all that other stuff, just showing that basic concept stuff. And then I was showing obviously my setup on this little small little window I had called the display 6 or whatever that I have there on the panels. I have a bunch of scenes. I had to set up a bunch of scenes, and I had to do vice versa, so I'm using 2 capture cards. I am streaming in a bit of a higher quality. 1440p, right? I mean, for OBS it should be fine, but for Streamlabs it's a little bit heavy on the internet. So it's what professional is, recording, right? I was watching one of your videos yesterday. I don't know. It was like a Rocket League video. I don't know what it was. It was your latest video. I think it was a short, but I was kind of falling asleep. I was watching your video and then watching some sort of political video, and then I fell asleep. I'm wanting to say, okay, so 2 people liked my stuff. Well, as I stated again in the beginning of my video, I recommend people do not use Trials Rising. And if you're using Trials Rising, I'm going to be saving in a specific way so it doesn't delete my maps. I'm going to be saving as 001, 002, 003, and I have to save like that, save as files. Because if you oversave a file in this program, it will corrupt your data. Because whoever built Trials Rising, whoever was behind the development team, was they made a huge mistake. Huge mistake. Programming. Maybe it's different on PC, but on consoles, as far as I know, it's very unreliable. And then now I'm right here, I'm in something called Track Central, so you could see what other people make. And I usually like to go in and see what people make, but since this game is kind of dead, and the people who made this game, this program within the game, maybe are bankrupt, I'm not sure, but they did an awful job, and it's not good. If you're a game creator, you should never butcher your company like this. When you make programs, you got to make sure that they're well tested and they're well produced before you ship them to the public, or you're just going to get a lot of middle fingers. People are not going to like it. Because when people start losing the projects, chances are you're kind of doomed. You know, it's like me, if I made a game and my first game or my second game was an atrocious nightmare, how are people going to trust me with this second or third game? So it's to be expected. Trump 2024, like Trump 2024, or this. I don't know why people have to put politics. Um, well, I mean, it's all right. I'm not American, so it doesn't bother me too much. I'm Canadian. Hmm. So So I was doing remake Resident Evil remake series. I'm almost done. I did the Aqua facility, I did the courtyard. Now I gotta do the mines, then the altar, the rest of the mansion, and then the lab. And I'm gonna do a Wind Waker build and the Super Mario Sunshine build, which probably Nintendo's gonna come after me for. And finish 2 or 3 Metroid builds, and that's about it. And I also made a Residence build. So this program ain't that great, but I'm going to take advantage of it because it is a training. So I really can't afford modeling. I want to model so bad, but right now I can't afford it because that 3DS Max wants $2,500 a year subscription fee, which doesn't seem like a lot for the average person, but since I have a disability pension, I have to live on a 4-figure income, you know? It'd be rough out here. $1 million. It's a lot of money to a child, but to an adult, that's you're starving to death. So I know how to, unless you're in jail, I guess. So how I made these realistic looking silhouette drawings is I just used squiggly lines, like these pre-made paint stuff, and I kind of just so I'm kind of like an artist, so I'm an artist obviously. So I would know how to do the perspective. So the clouds, I used just a bunch of dabs of paint or digital paint. I decreased the opacity and then I added some black and white to make clouds, and then the background is just a white paint, and I put dark black for all the trees, and I just kind of, it almost looks like paint strokes, and then so it looks like a forest, and then I created many different scenes there, if you see there, Destiny. On the left, and you see on the one on the right, the one on the bottom right, I was trying to make a pond. I was trying to make the trees reflect off the water. I don't know if I did a good job. Maybe I should have done another layer of like a bluish gray layer, and then added those blacks on top so it looks like water. So you could probably do a better job there, but I got a little lazy. I just added white for the sky and white for the water. But maybe I should have added a little bit of a different type of texture there to make it look like water. And now I have vertigo. I don't know why. Been having vertigo. It's that stupid Marvel game I played the other day. Stratosphere. And then here I did what's it called, dynamic lighting, so you could do self-casting shadows with lights, but in this program if you spam too many self-casting shadow lights, you'll start to lag in that particular area, of course. So I made like shadows reflect, and I made like a bunch of shadow designs here. So I put lights, a bunch of invisible lights. They're kind of hidden inside this post in front of us so you can't see them. And I made some like illusions and stuff, dynamic lighting. All the walls in here are painted with a coat of dark brown, so it looks a little bit more homey. It's almost like I'm taking this editor and I'm kind of like using it to my own design potential, I guess you could say. So in a way, I'm taking the Trials Rising level editor and I'm turning it into something that's not supposed to be done, or type of deal. Obviously, when I'm doing the first person stuff, all that was completely scripted from scratch. So it took like a month just to script the person mechanics and the walking animations and everything, which I think they're all right, because I've looked at Unreal Engine, people who made their own first person rigs to walk around in their levels, and it's not very good, so I think I did a good job. And then the lighting, I used emission and I brightened it up so it's like a glow effect, and then you have to look at a light in real life and then look at the light here and then try to compare the two so you can get a more realistic lighting. And then the lighting, the realistic lighting, you just gotta play around with a bunch of lights and just, you know, try to get the feel for the level. So there's like a lot of dark areas and a lot of light areas, so then it looks a little bit more realistic, even though at the same time it's not. If you compare my map to other people's maps within this program, there's a gigantic difference because they're not doing all this work to do lighting and stuff like that. There's kind of a challenge even here with the light reflecting from the window and then the animation of the windows moving. There's just a slow little animation for the windows to move. So since Trials Rising doesn't have custom windows, I had to use this fiberglass that I found piece to make a window, so that's why the window is longer than the actual frame itself, because in Trials there's certain objects where you can't customize the exact shape and size that you want. This is why I always tell people, if you want to make games, you always get a modeler, you always get Unreal Engine or something, and make your models, import them into the engine, and then you'll make really good games. But that takes a lot of time and work, and that's very expensive. So as I said in the beginning of the video, I'm pretty much using an engine, but this is not an engine, it's a level editor. But if I would be doing this in Unity or Unreal, I would be using custom-made assets, usually like the pre-made assets that come with the engine, and I'll just be putting them together, copying, pasting them, making my own levels just to learn how level design is, and that's usually what I'm doing here in Trials. There's 9,000 different models to use, and then there's like a texture system that has 1,000 different textures, so it's almost just like an engine. But it's a level editor, so it's a bit different. You can't customize the graphics because you don't own the models. You can't model, so the only way to control your graphics is modeling. It all depends on how good the artist is. And this is like easy script, so I had to get a key to unlock the door, open the door. Tried remaking something from Resident Evil with the Trials Rising assets. Obviously, Resident Evil looks a bit better, but since that game is 3 decades old, I'm able to accomplish it, of course. Lock. So I had to script the combination lock, so I had to program all the buttons, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hit Y, and then it gives you indications I hit the right number, and then I'm gonna say 5, and then if I hit 9, nothing happens. 2, 3, 4. But 6 is the right one. It's the door is open, and then we can unlock the door. So that was just a simple script. Do the combination lock, and then there's like a little mathematical code here. So I had to set up the red, the yellow, and then the water. There's a trigger there. So there's like an invisible trigger there, invisible trigger there, and an invisible trigger there. Every time you hit those values, they start to calculate values there. Right, but if you go too far, you could resets. So that was a bit hard to program, stuff like that. Let's do this. There's a wasp's nest there. There's a key in the wasp's nest. You can't get the key yet, so you need to grab the bug spray that you picked up. This is an inventory menu I made. You can select guns. You can equip gun, shoot. Equipped. Heal if you get it. It's inventory, UI, that's like a UI menu. You can select in the UI menu and come out of the UI menu. Trigger that. Little animation happened, I didn't show you. The bugs are all dead. The bugs have all dissipated and the animations are all hidden now. So now the bug's nest is not there anymore. You can pick up the key. You can open room 003 now. Locked. This puzzle here, you put that, you unlock that. That's supposed to be the finish line. This editor I'm using has limited space. You can't really do anything about it. I think there's a save state in this game. I don't think I picked up the ink ribbon though. So I made a save state in this game so you can save like Resident Evil. And I have an option. If you don't save, if you die, you have to start all over again. But if you save, there's going to be respawn points. Not really checkpoints, but respawn points. So if you die, you start from the last respawn point. Pretty cool. I'm going to be remaking the mines level. I'm going to go to my PlayStation. You hear the PlayStation sounds, and I remade that mansion, by the way. That mansion you see in that screen there on Trials. I'm going to remake it again in Unreal, and that's going to be my final project. So I could learn how games are actually made. And I'm going to use that as my portfolio. So my Resident Evil stuff is not done on Trials. I'm going to do one final one on the Unreal Engine. That's going to be my final build. And I won't be able to release that project because it's copyrighted, of course. It's owned by Capcom. So the only thing I could do is make a video about it. Because it is, I am remaking someone else's level. So I won't be able to publish it. Because I'll get sued if I do that. I don't have the rights. So we're going to use Courtyard 1 save file. Okay, so we're going to be remaking This level, the mines, the whole mine section, as accurate as I can get it to be. Start with this map. And it's a pretty big map too. I think we can complete, because if we can do the whole courtyard level, then I think we could do the mine section. And the mine section is not going to be anything wide open, it's all enclosed. So I shouldn't be able to have any draw distance issues. Maybe I'm just going to start with this area right here and build from there. And then we have the moths. I had to animate those moths with path following animations. I had to animate those moths. Those are all animated, and I had to find pieces within the editor, so I think I grabbed, how do I say, I grabbed, moving so fast, I grabbed, 2, 4, I grabbed 4 different tarp pieces, and I combined them with a little piece, and I added joints, and I add the joints to follow the animation coordinates to that joint. That's how I did it. So it's almost like rigging a character in a way, but I rigged the butterfly. It's like an easy way of rigging a character. So I rigged the character with a bunch of animation joints, and I made them flap the wings as it's following a desired target around. And then I used the path following tool, and I selected the path it follows. So it's almost like a tool where you can select the path. But it's called path following. It's, yeah, hard to explain for people who don't understand what's going on. I'm gonna exit this track. I'm gonna go build the map. So just like any other engine, you can start with a base plate. In Unreal, I think it's like 2 chairs. In Blender, I think it's just a cube. And then in Unity, I think you start with like a plane with a sphere or something like that. But I like to start from scratch. So I already have like pre-made templates that I can start with. So we're making a game. Obviously, if you make a game from scratch, you're going to start with the coding or the scripting. In this game, if I script something, I won't be able to see the code in this program. But in Unity or Unreal, if I script something, it will write the code for me. So if you want to learn how to code, you can do scripting. It writes the code for you as well. Awesome. So I'm using off the new RE3 template. So this is just a template that I started, that I did all the scripting, all the AIs, everything's auto-configured with my player. And it seems like it's overwhelming me, because it kind of is. And this is probably when somebody first starts to script. It's like it's all over the place. This is when you become better at scripting, you could make the same system with way less script. Meaning that it's, I don't even know what the word is. Like, I guess you can fine-tune your scripts, make them shorter, more complex, but more understandable, instead of having the scripts all over the place. So this is just my little UI menu, and this is how much scripts it took to make the UI menu. So it's just a bunch of on and off, toggle, visible, hidden, decrease, increase. So it's almost like vice versa type of stuff. So when I go through the buttons, when I create buttons, I have to, when I turn one button on, the other button has to be off, and then so the whole thing can like work together in a way. It's usually when people program dial pads and stuff for calculators. When you press a button, the other button cannot work, and you just have to test it. And there's once you understand what you're doing, it's super easy after. It just becomes a little bit tedious after a while. Because the other day I was making elevator systems, like two-way elevator systems and stuff. It was pretty cool, but I actually learned what it was done. It was just simple math. I would say it's high school grade math, I would say. Maybe grade 9 to grade 12, maybe. But maybe it's even grade school math. Like, you don't even have to overcomplicate yourself. Like, you can make it super simple. Okay, so I do not need this plane. I don't need this light. I have a bunch of pre-made doors here. Thinking in my mind, what does the mines level have? I think the mines level just has a bunch of metal doors. So our wooden door scripts, we can get rid of those. We can get rid of our... So we have a metal door script, and we have a metal door script functionality. It's just like a little animation to open the doors. Usually in Unreal Engine, what I would recommend is a physics-based door, so you can open the doors physically, and then they close automatically based on a spring. I think is the best way you're going to script a door. When you're doing a third-person or first-person video game, in this case I'm doing a first-person video game. Mainly because third person is not really supported in this program. There's not really a third person model you can use that's fully functional. I mean, there is, but it's very primitive. It's not professional. This is the boost ability to climb high surfaces, like stairs and stuff. The boost ability for that. People don't want to use it, even though I explained to them in the instructions menu. So I built the starting UI. So this is the UI menu that I built. It's a simple graphic design. So if you want to invert X, invert Y, you can do that in the menu. It pauses the time. You could use the flashlight. Use weapon, interact, zoom in, boost, inventory, jump, reset, aim, hold, move, camera. Do your instructions, find items, kill monsters, solve puzzles, explore the areas. And then it tells you what the UI is telling you. Items, key items, nade launcher ammo, shotgun ammo, handgun rifle ammo. So it tells you the individual values and what they mean. Visual representation of things. Okay, so I'm gonna have to start by doing the scale. What are you doing now, Destiny? I'll check it out after. I said put all bell notifications for your channel, so every time you upload, see everything. I'm gonna move these cameras away. We're not gonna use these cameras. They just follow the ball because we're not using them. Anyone who uses trials, the bike and rider are down there on those 2 points of contact. I'll use my cursor, like so the rider and bike is down here. The driving line, I'm not going to use the driving line for this particular builds because they're first person builds. So there's an option to freeze the bike and rider so they don't move at all, for people who are wondering. So in a way, the owner of this company, Red Links, made it so you could make stuff like this if you're smart enough, I guess. And then these are my ball parameters, of course. Linear damping, angular damping, restitution, buoyancy. In C, restitution is the bounciness of the object. Higher values mean more bounce. So that marble it up ultra game or whatever, this restitution was probably at 100 or more than that, because you can decrease the value unless they coded that engine from scratch. I am not sure, but that marble it up ultra game was an atrocious, very, very bad game. Yeah. I think it's even easier to make a marble sound. You just get a good microphone, grab a marble in real life, and drop the marble onto the table. There's your marble sound. And then you roll the marble on the table. There's your rolling sound. Like, it's super easy to do. I just don't... I don't understand why people don't do it that way. Maybe they can't afford the microphone, but... you're making a video game, and let's put some quality into it. You know, if I was making a marble game, I would make my own marble sounds easily with a microphone. Or if I wanted to make doors opening, doors closing, I just record my own door, opening my own door, closing my own door, walking on different surfaces, putting that in the game, you know? So, this is my character, this is my reference. Every time you start a build, you gotta know what your reference point is. You could use an asset or a model, and it's going to determine the reference of your level. Because a lot of game designers are going to screw this up on their first go, and you want to do this early on, before you build anything in the game. You want to know what the size of your level is going to be. So I have a few references already. I have a door. A door is a perfect reference, but maybe you're creating a fantasy game and the doors are super giant and the character's super small. So maybe the door is not going to be the best example. I'm going to use... the best example is to use a still model, a T-shaped model or whatever, T-pose model of your actual character. You know? So since my character is not a character, it's just an invisible sphere where you move around, because I program with the controller. That sphere is the game character. That little puppet you see is going to follow the sphere. So we're going to have a character following the sphere, following the orientation and everything. So we can see ourselves in third person while we are playing in first person. And the reason why we want to do that is because we want to, when we have self-casting shadows and different parameters within the level, when we go in front of a dynamic light source, we can see our physical form. Or if we didn't have a physical form, we wouldn't have a physical form. It wouldn't make sense. So, since I'm making a realistic looking game, in real life we have doors and we have door frames. And our characters are going to be the same door frame. And our character has to fit through the door frame as well. I usually like to set my doors to 0% friction. And the reason why I do that, so my character can get stuck on the door. So if you open the door and the door is open towards you, you won't get stuck in the door. Usually you don't want animated doors to open towards you because you can get stuck. I've made levels back in the day where developers have got stuck because I played my first person maps and I got stuck in between the door, which is oopsie. That's a design flaw. That's actually pretty bad game development. If somebody gets stuck in your level, that's a problem. People are going to talk smack about your game, saying that it's terrible. I'm going to use a custom light source. I want to adjust the calling range of my light source. I'm probably just going to say 1,000 because these are going to be enclosed areas. But I'm going to say 1,500 because that's the value that I use in this program. This value can apply to anything depending on the program you're using. The calling range is the what calling range means is the range between when the item will not be responsive to your camera. So if you're going to create very enclosed levels, then a shorter calling range will decrease the amount of information your camera has to process. It's a different way of optimizing your maps so they don't lag. So to decrease the amount of memory that's been presented. And then obviously you can customize the color. I'm going to go for a more realistic approach, like a yellowish white approach. We're gonna leave the intensities alone. So it's gonna be a sphere. This one is a spherical light source. Anything that touches the spherical. So in a professional engine, you probably would see a spherical transparency. You can probably customize the transparency as a sphere. So I'm going to grab something that will indicate that. I'm going to grab a random effect. You see the sphere. Something like this. Increase the sphere. Sphere. So it's the light pretty much travels like this. Around. I'm not using the light source, of course, but light would usually the representation. The light would be in those circles between the green, blue, and red circles. Just a visual representation. I think this one will be even better. Actually, if you take away the lightning. Lightning is still there though. So, I don't think this is going to be our door. No. But we're going to use the door frame as reference. We're probably going to create a new door frame and a new door. I gotta go to work. So you can also make your prefabs. You could see people call them prefabs, but I call them groups and glues. So your own custom objects. So this is kind of like your own assets. So these are not my assets. These are just groups of different things. So let's just say you wanted to create a group of trees, or a group of grass, or a group of something, a group of buildings, or a group of cars. You would probably put them in here. So this is my own custom model within the Trials Rising editor. So I made a chair. Okay. But this program's not going to be that great because you could see one platform is reflective while the other platform is not. So that's why using this particular program won't be very good. Because you could see that the disadvantages versus the advantages. So as an artist, I like to create my own little custom made objects. So I'll be using the item box because we're gonna need an item box. Seems like a bunch of rocks here. Since I'm remaking this, I don't really know what's... Usually if you model your own stuff, it's a lot easier, but I'm not modeling my own stuff today. Using someone else's models and making them to my own desire. I probably want them to be... Scrap. We needed it. Just gonna attach it to the joint. Trigger already connected. There's one connected to the rider, another connected to the thing that's going to be the animation for the door opening. Reason we're gonna have an on state, an off state, and on state. You're going to open up the item box, then shut it off after. Script here. We're not gonna use that. Gotta use the typewriter. there, and then I think maybe one down below. Probably gotta adjust this. Do a random floor for now. That's not going to be the floor. So again, 001. That's going to be my first save. 001. Are we too tall? We can drop it. Always got to set the scale in the beginning, or your whole thing's going to be screwed up. The first part is so crucial. So now we drop the floor. This item box is going to be a reference. It's typewriter. It's a great distance. We can get these things out of here. We're gonna start building the level itself. We're gonna start adding the details. And now we're playing as dark because we want to set the tone. You want to set the tone as I'm building. Is usually how I build the games, and even in the other engines, I will set the lighting and the tone first as a base plate preset, and then I will start to put my models in there and adjust them to the new environment. Let's see if this works. Not bad. We took that object, now it looks like rocks, right? Yeah, it's like shiny. It looks, because right here I can't see what is going on because it's low textures. We're gonna apply this texture to a different object now, which is not even a texture, it's just a color palette. Let's say I want ones have to be different. Let's see. These would make sense, but problem is if I put them into the dark palette, then they don't look good. See? They're very generic dark color. I wouldn't want to be using those, even though the shapes are perfect. I have like these corner shapes. There, you see, if I modeled this rock right here, I'd use that texture. I'd put this texture onto this rock, and then I would put it on the wall. Do you see how much easier it is when you start modeling your own stuff? Meaning any shape you put down, I could model this and has zero texture on it. And I can just apply this texture to this texture. And I can just keep on topping the walls and making my own surfaces and stuff. Or if I wanted to make a cave, I just make a cave structure. Be all good. I think they do have a cave structure, right? This cave structure wouldn't be nice because of the color's bad. It seems more realistic that it has a little bit of shine, and because I'm altering the object. So that's the difference between that editor and this editor. A good visual representation. What you can do and what you cannot do. So I'll be using these type of models to illustrate my cave or my mines section. So I'm going to have to pretend that they are black, or that they are black, yeah. So now it's going to be more difficult now. Now I'm going to have to make a mining section that's more difficult. I can only use stuff like this. But again, if I modeled this myself, I could make, instead of making multiple different models of the same model, which is more polygons, I'll just make one big ass cave, and that's easy. Okay, so for this, and then we can also use the other ones too, right? Piles. What happens if we use those piles? Because this would be really good. If we use those piles. Not good. That's not good. Well, we do have... So you see these rocks right here? These would be perfect. What I'm trying to do. More realistic type of dealios. Yeah, you see? Yeah, they're the same color in a way. They're not as shiny, but they offer the same sort of texture that you want. See that? It's not as shiny though. More rough. I don't think I can customize the... I can customize the roughness, but the roughness is something else. I'm going to just play around, see if they have... See, we have shiny this. This one, I was thinking about this one right here. Are we shiny now? We're a little bit more shiny now. Not as shiny as that. Shiny is making me... program is you cannot. Okay, and so we're gonna make more rocks here. What is this? Sure what that is. It's for that one. I don't really like these too much. These are just going to be the behind the layer of the wood, so it's not, you can't see the outskirts of the level. We're probably gonna have to do this. They're gonna look like the same type of. We want them to have variations. Jaggedy. Can do it like. Okay. We're going to start building the walls of the cave or the mining facility. So it's going to be like calcium deposits, maybe. All the mining materials or however mines are made in real life. We're going to try to replicate that. Obviously, modeling this would be much better instead of doing it like this, you know? When it comes to our floor, though, we would probably want something a little bit better. Seeing that our floor is all over the place. I don't think we're going to use this as an actual floor, just a replication. We have to put custom collision on top of the floor. We're going to see how smooth it is. Probably be better like that. Different type of texture for the floor. I don't think it's gonna cut it. Pictures are too dark. I like these rocks, but at the same time I do not like these rocks. I'm gonna have to merge them. Group that object. We don't have to have scripts on right now. We're not doing scripting right now. We're just doing design. What's crazy is from outside you can't see anything. Outside you can. That's another way to minimize memories. Here we're gonna have to say ungroup. Always gotta make sure that it's not going through the objects. Always gotta make sure about that one. Close it. Think we're good now on that item box. I think we're going to close together the item box there. Boxes. Alright, I'm just gonna close up the hole now. Stuff. We probably can. As a bit. We can just save a little bit more. And we have a more compact little adjusting area. With more leeway. Have a little wall. sure it's big enough too. Gotta test it. We have our game testing character right here. Gotta test the scale. Want it to be relatively decent size. I'm gonna do another save just in case we lose power or something crazy happens. You know? Since I can't oversave, that's the unfortunately. I think this has automatic collision on these walls. Usually you have to put collision. So you'd make models with no collision to save memory. And you have to do your own collision. The collision is easy, you just gotta collide. The colliders or your invisible walls are gonna only be in certain areas where you don't want to go through the walls. So we're good. Yeah, it seems relatively small little area there. That's from third person perspective, this is from first person perspective. Maybe we can make it a bit larger. Yes, we're gonna have a little bit of a drop here. And right here, this ain't good right here. This is the stuff you gotta be watching out for. Ceiling ain't that great here. Gotta make sure everything is working. So you probably want to take this and start filling in the gaps. It's a little bit better now. Make sure no surfaces are floating like that. You have a nice even little cave formation. So we're starting the cave. Unplugged from music. Don't need to listen to music anymore. Now we get the feel for the cave. Let's see what a cave sounds like. Solidified. Set it to static. Here, you're gonna hear a turn off my AC. You can hear like a little you can hear like a little cave sound combined with a little bit of drippiness. We're gonna leave the cave sound over here. I think that's going to be the sound for the entire level. Because we're in a cave, we're in a mine, so we got the ambient sound already there. So you feel like you're in a cave. And then we're going to start putting more detail on the cave now. So we have that. On this side, we can get rid of that one. So put that. Same sound over and over again. Let's try to... Now we merge two cave sounds together. So we have like two different whistlings going on at different times, so it sounds a little bit better. It's not as annoying, the same sound over and over again. And we have two humidity droplets going around. You can hear the water droplets bounce around and stuff. We're also going to turn on reverb. Oh. So we can't tell our flashlight yet. We can increase the flashlight density or the flashlight strength of the light with, I don't know. There's too much light. We can't really test that right now. There's a save. We did the sounds and the reverb. Seems to be a lot of wires here. And that's the mine. Turn on my AC because it's hot. Are we gonna hear it through the mic? All the way to here. Group that. So this is not a tutorial. People watch this, of course, they're gonna think it's a tutorial. This is just a build stream. Dude, there's gonna be a hole here for the crank. There's gonna be a hole there. Grab a random piece. Hole. Just have these. Shrink it. Change the color, yes we can. We're gonna have a crank there. Our crank animation is going to be there. How are we going to? We're gonna have to have a little cranky thing. Gonna be like a little puzzle. We're gonna see how it goes. What is going on? I hope these piles are not lagging the game. That would be pretty bad. Turn off collision though. That's the Now we're gonna use lights here. I'm obviously gonna turn them off when I'm done with this area, so it looks better. So this is just how I'm building it for now. So it's gonna look like crap right now, but when I'm actually going to focus on detail, it's gonna look so good. It's gonna look exactly like that. Like our reference. What we can do is we can minimize our load, our speed by doing, okay, let's say we want to combine these. I can minimize the workload. So for these, we're going to copy all of them. So now we have an individual set piece. So now we can just start maximizing caves now. We have no idea how much space this is. And there you go. The cave is being constructed. There we go. Okay, now the problems with this one is we're just gonna focus on this cave right here. We know the width of this cave. We cannot do it the other direction because we don't know what's going on. We're gonna have to build our own little cave system here. I have to start curling this. Curling this around. I'm gonna make like a little bit of a C shape. We gotta merge it with this wall here. We're good, but not really. Just see like a bunch of stuff here, you see? You can like auto. No, we can just manually grab stuff and just... Well, there's nothing clipping. Or since these... so right here there's a problem. You see? Boom. We got a few clips right there. We can delete these. We want a nice smooth ceiling. This one right here, we're gonna have to fill in the gap. It's a little smoother ceiling. Have to actually adjust this upward. Just like that. We have a smoother ceiling. Now we know the lay of the ceiling. When I made that, I didn't know how big the ceiling was going to be. Now we got our ceiling length. So I think our ceiling is good. Oh. It almost looks like Metro Exodus. Rushing game I played. I can add some more detail here to fill in the gaps a little bit. So we have a little bit more detail there, so it's not so more realistic rocks, shiny rocks. Okay, now on the other side, we can just copy paste this whole thing. Individual structure formation. Not really a formation, it's a man-made structure. And we can put it over here. This goes down. Oh. Problem is, I don't like these. Stuff here. Okay. And we gotta flip it. And then down below we can't see anything. We're gonna put like a little optical illusion. Like an abyss. To be honest, I don't think I want to do that. I think I want to make it a little bit more realistic this time around. Like in Resident Evil, you can't see it, but I actually want to add a little bit more depth. I'm gonna add some liquids. Down here or something. Formations or some jaggedy ones. I just have like a little bit of a pond at the bottom of the basin here. It seems like pretty cool. Pretty cool little pond area. I think we grouped one of these. Yeah, there we go. And then we can put our first door there. Our first door. For the next area. I think that area is going to be very complicated actually. Very complicated area. The doors are going to be... I think we're going to have the same material as... Doors are going to be this material. Models are huge. I have to compensate. Cave level's turning out to be really good. Scary sometimes when you make these designs. You don't know if they're gonna turn out good or not. Especially in this level out of there. as much as I want to do it, I don't think I want to do it. It is a remake, so I'm gonna have to do it the way. I'm gonna have to glue this. This is gonna be an animation. That's see, that's how it's supposed to be. I don't like it. That's how it's supposed to be. We're gonna have a big spider boss in here, that's for sure. Definitely a zombie. What's this? This is gonna be the pickup zone. You touch this, you pick up the item. We get the script somewhere. It's not in the middle of our level design. Oh, the script is already sending the information to the UI menu and everything. So when you pick this up, it's going to tell you picked up a hurt, and you can use it as a healing item if you take damage. Character takes damage from inside this facility. Gonna be enemies around. We're gonna have like drops of water there. There's no way we're gonna do the ripple effects. Impossible. In this editor we're using. Minimize speed time again. Copying, pasting more. Huge chunks of the cave. And here, for the individual, because we're gonna have to maximize. We're gonna fill in the gap on this side. We're gonna have to erase. Jamming outside. Made like a little hole through the ceiling. That was hard to do. Problem is, this little uneven spot we gotta fill in. Let's put a rock. Color it black. Give you the illusion that it just keeps going up. Cave that just keeps going up. Illusion. And there's going to be a lot of water here. Going to trick here. That's not exactly what I had in mind. Doesn't look that good. I'm just gonna put this here. Yeah, so we have like a bit of a water pool there. Now we're gonna create more pipes. Okay, pipes. Not gonna look exactly like that, but sort of variation. Yes. No more suffering on that marble game, huh? Never do that, you said. I'm doing a live stream on YouTube. I'm just making a little map on YouTube. I'm gonna record it as educational content or something. How I make the builds I do. It's a little tutorial series, or not really. Just more like a how do I do it series. I have no idea how long this shit's gonna take me. On YouTube live stream is a little bit more complicated than Twitch. Yeah, Twitch is way more simplistic, I would say. Oh, that's on Twitch, you're saying? Oh, okay. On YouTube, it's fine for me. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Maybe they don't support 9K bitrate on other streaming services. On YouTube, I'm streaming right now in 9.5K, but I'm doing 1440p though. Really? That's more than enough. 8,000 should be. Really? Wow. Yeah, my streams used to be like that, but then I upped the bit rate, and so they looks. I think it's the encoders, because their streaming service, their encoders on their streaming platforms have to be really good. can I adjust this? Circle radius. We want any splashes. No splashes. Mm-hmm. Well, the other streamer, how many concurrent views does he have? 100 something. 200 and something. Okay. You need to whoop his ass now, right? What? This needs time to shine, right? What's going on? What? So we have a one-sided effect that's different? Dude, I will never understand this editor that I'm using. Is it the lighting? I'm gonna see. Maybe it's the lighting. Yeah, I do not get this. What's going on with this? Why is there like a change in color? No, as I said, the Trials Rising editor's broken as hell. The effects will just change automatically for no reason. It's kind of bad, not gonna lie. I don't have to really care too much. Get out. So we have splashes. That's it. I have no idea what's causing this change in water texture. I have no idea what's is that. That's why I did a warning in the beginning of this Let's Play, or I mean this beginning of this editor stream. Be very careful using this level editor. This level editor is not very good. I just found another bug where the water color switch. See? It's color is white. Why is it doing that? That's bad, the fact that it just changes. Because it's submerged into the... No. I have no idea what's causing this. Yeah, it's dark one side, light on another. Dark on one side, light, then dark. Now this editor is something else with these bugs. And they're very frequent in this editor. Very, very frequent. They are not very good. makes total sense. Playing that marble game, you'll never know what the problem is. Just a problem with the editor. There's nothing I could do about that. The fact that it can change, that's bad. That's really bad. See if it was like that the entire time. Then it looks a little bit more realistic, but problem is that shift destroys the whole integrity of the map. And that is out of my control. There is no setting for that. This is why the Trials Rising game is dead, because of stuff like that. Same thing. There has to be some sort of thing that's going on here. There has to be something going on with the... Play around with these settings a bit more. Active condition, and this one doesn't matter because... We're gonna see if this setting has anything to do with why these things are turning like this. Particle settings. Well, I guess we fixed it. Let's say 400. 400. 400. Yeah, I think 400 should be nice. Sunlight intensity. So the ambient red intensity, green and blue intensities are usually to calculate the effects within the editor when you play around with the ambient occlusion settings in the reflection category. My ambient color is a little bit darker. In the original editor of Trials Fusion, when you played around with ambient color, which is the overall color of the map, the darkness of the map, the effects wouldn't properly adjust to that ambience. So then you have more ambience control with the effects. You can raise the ambience intensity. Obviously you want them to be the exact colors because it's the primary colors, right? Red, green, and blue. Now reflection settings, the ambient intensity we can 35. We're not gonna touch any of this. Say cave, right? So the reflection settings are going to be reflecting off a cave. And it doesn't look so good. I'm gonna say Forest Dusk for now. Then Forest Dusk going to radiate. So that's probably what we fixed. I'm gonna say forest closed, but there's no way of telling. Now it just looks like it's reflecting off the environment. But it's not. Seems like a little bit better with this reflection setting. Because now looks like there's some sort of life within the water. It's a little bit more greeny. We fixed the water. Well, I mean, there's still that little pop in. I don't know why that is. I thought we fixed it. Maybe it is a bug in the editor. I swear we fixed it. Yeah, I guess it's not really fixed. It's a little bit better. That is very, very strange. Let's see if we can. Oh, you see how they change? I don't know why it's changing. think I'm just gonna leave it like that, because at least we can actually see if the glitch does happen. Because if the glitch happens, then the water is a little bit more clear. But when it changes, the water is less clear. I think I'll take that one more than the other one. I found like a little workaround, you could say. This one. Will not work. The sound effects are broken. That's fine. Share the same coordinates as... Not exactly what I had in mind, maybe it'll do. Yeah, I'm gonna have that. We're gonna have like, I think we have a doorknob already. Perfect, but it's better than that. Did you win? Is gatekeeping his games? What does that mean? Scared? gonna have to like copy the doorknob away. Area selector tool. Select the whole entire set of objects. Tool when you can't select stuff. Okay, so we're gonna need another light source on the other side of this. Change the color of this. Change the color of that. And say that is blue. This one has to be a different color though. Not really, but it's okay, we're good. We don't even have to touch the other side. So I guess we can see. We have to do it the other way. We got to make this friction 0. Gotta say animate to +90. We can just take this and we can color it a different color actually. They're gonna be the same value anyway. gonna be a blue herb. I think it's more of a darker blue. Color glitch there. Nothing I could do about that one. Map. Yeah, I'm here. He's just dodging bullets or something? The hell? So 1v1 me and then all of a sudden I'm too scared. What? He likes ice cream? That's how it be sometimes, right? YouTube game is really hard. My channel size even, like I get, that happens to me. I don't think I need my puppet anymore. I'll leave my puppet there. Now I just need to work on the lighting now. Oh, no, there's pipes and there's stuff around here still I gotta do. Can't do it yet. Gotta just fill in all the areas. Making a little coal mine, you know. With a coal train, right? He lied to you? Mm. Mm-hmm. No music now. I was just gonna do this stream another day. Hello, we. That looks like a condom. It doesn't even look like a light bulb. Cable circle. You know, we can. I don't know. Can do it the other way. I want to do it some other way. Yes. Yes. This editor's driving me insane. lean to. This one has no bulb, but let's see, we can. Just gonna put another one. visible. Okay. Oh yeah, we gotta say remove blockade. Huh? Oh, these are reversed. Oh, that's one. That's not good. I gotta open it up. Mm-hmm. Moment of truth, right? My game almost broke, so... Yeah, we're in business. We got our level. Cave complete. Cave complete. The most important part is lighting. Without lighting, you can't see. Hey! No! Lindu, out! Don't sing opera. No, stay there. Hey, no, Lindu, shh. Just stay in one. The hell's your problem? You're having animals, dude. Got a fucking farm, dude. Now to begin. Oh, my mic unplugged. That's gonna be it for my stream. I streamed on YouTube me building the first part of the mining section from Resident Evil 1, a game that I grew up with. That's how I built the mine. That's how I built most of my maps on Twitch. So I think this is gonna be like a little like because I did one for Trials Fusion, and I'm gonna do one for Trials Rising. I mean, I think I did one for Trials Rising on my gaming channel, but I don't think that's really the place for it. I think this is really the place for it. So I don't know how many streams this is going to be, if I do like one room per stream, but the problem is there's gonna be a combination lock contraption with an elevator. I don't know how long that's gonna take me to build. And then gonna be a big spider boss, but I mean the spider's already built, so the spider boss is easy. Yeah, just all the puzzles seem to be like I'm a master at this particular program, so it's pretty easy for me to do it. And plus, all the models and assets are already pre-made. I just have to modify it to fit my needs. I don't know what else to say. So we're just doing section by section. So I think the next section is going to be next section here in the original Resident Evil, you had to do individual rooms for that. So the next section is going to be on the map, is going to be a small little hallway. I'm guessing we're going to do more than that. The small little hallway. And that's going to be the same door for the other, so we can replicate that door. So I think we're going to make the elevator shaft after that. This is one of the harder parts because there's actual detail and fences and stuff. We already have pre-made stuff for that. Elevator shaft, super easy to do. I know how to build a two-way out. This is going to be a two-way elevator. In the original Resident Evil game, Barry comes and he sabotages the elevator. But in my version, I'm just going to make a two-way elevator. I already have the script for it. Yeah, so I think we're just going to do this entire section because the next part is just a small little hallway with Enrico is there. Yeah, we're just gonna there's a small little hallway, and then that's where you find the crank. You can go back to the other area and crank out the door, and then there's going to be a boulder section. There's a few boulder sections in here, but I'm going to be a little ruthless on this map. If you die from the boulder section, you have to start the map all over again. So next time we're going to do the next cave section. So we already have the cave walls built. We just have to like just take in the pieces of the walls, recolor them. Super easy. So I'm going to do that next part on that map. You can't see it, but switch it. So we're going to do the next section here. This is going to be the next part. About a 5-hour stream. 6-hour stream. Let's see if that lighting glitch is actually still present. Presently on this channel is probably going to be the 0 viewer special. This channel only has less than 50 subscribers. I mean, even on my channel that has almost 10,000 subscribers, I get the 0 viewer special anyway. I think it's a problem with the YouTube algorithm. Like if you dance on your balls and do some stupid shit, you'll get views. But if you do educational content and tutorials, pretty much. Well, that's not the point of why I'm doing this particular live stream on this channel. I'm just doing it as a slow build process so people know how much work it is, because there's a lot of people that are disrespectful and they come to your stream sometimes, even on Twitch, and say your work is garbage, it's shit. And then they have no idea how it's built and they can't even do any of that. So I think that's the most frustrating thing ever, but I learned to deal with it. That's life. There's always going to be people like that. So, if you compare the two, obviously RE1 is better, obviously, because it was made different engine. But the reason why I'm doing it, because I want to relive my levels I grew up with a different perspective. And since Capcom never wants to recreate it, I'm going to do it myself as my own passion project. That is part 1 out of the build series stream, and I have no idea how many parts are going to conclude. Knowing how big the map is. I would say maybe 9 to 10 parts. It all depends. Because I'm just going to do the courtyard B1 and B2. So, going to be a lot of puzzle solving and contraptions to build and elevators and combination locks. I think there's going to be another one of those cranky things. I think there's going to be a crank puzzle. Sit. Yes. E40, an E40 song that I like, dude. I kind of lied. I don't listen to E40 anymore, but I used to listen to E40 a lot. When I was a teenager, I used to listen to everything, but I think it was just the 90s. Really had all the rappers you can think of in the early 2000s. It was like the rap age. And then below the 90s, the 80s and the 70s were like different type of era for music as well. End of stream.